ground balls tonight, Chip.
And Kaz Matsui, the man that will greet him first. And Matsui hitting just .238 to start the season, and he takes ball one. Matsui, 33 years old, out of Osaka, Japan. Might remember he came over after a distinguished career with the Seibu Lions in Japanese League. Mets got him in 2004. Ground ball. Should see a lot of those to start the game. And Escobar takes care of Matsui for the first out.
And along with Yunel Escobar defensively for Atlanta tonight. In the outfield, Diaz, Schaefer, and Francoeur. Omar Infante again back out at second base with a left-hander on the mound. And Clint Salmons gets the start tonight because David Ross is at home with his wife and newborn son. Cole David Ross, born at 3 o'clock this morning, 7 pounds, 14 ounces. Congratulations.
Amen. That's wonderful news as Michael Bourne, a native Houstonian, stands in with the bases empty and 1 out. Came over from the Phillies, did Bourne, for Brandledge and Eric Bruntlett. That was a huge trade for the Phillies before last season. Another rest. A line drive rocket right center field, and that's trouble. Bourne can fly. He's got 2 for sure. Big turn, cuts the bag, and he will make it to third with a 1-out triple.
There are those in the National League that think that Michael Bourne is the fastest player in the league. And when he gets one over an outfielder's head or splits the gap, it's almost automatic for a 3-base hit. Take a look at him around the bases. As soon as he saw Francoeur turn his back to the infield, it was off to the races. And made it without a throw.
But the old adage for Bourne last year, at least, he couldn't steal first base enough. He hit just .229. When he got on, though, he stole 41 bags. So Lance Berkman, who's in the throes of maybe his worst April in his big league career, stands in with a runner at third and only 1 out.
Still dangerous, though. A 162 average is the worst month of his career for average ever. But he's only got, of his 12 hits in the month, he has 5 homers. So he's been doing a little bit of damage despite the bad average.
And if you want to look at Exhibit A as to why Houston as a club 14th in the National League in batting average, look no further than Berkman. You figure once he heats up, they're going to heat up too. They come into play tonight just 4 games under 500, but 6.5 games behind the Cardinals in the National League Central. And a ground ball to the right side. That'll get home a run. Infante gets Berkman, give him an RBI, and give Houston a 1-run lead.
He'll take an 0 for 4 like that if he can drive in 4 runs a night. So he did the job with the infield bat.
So Bourne comes across. Bourne now has scored 12 runs. That's most on this Astros team, and he's been hitting a lot down in the lineup. Number 8, he's hitting second tonight.
There are some similarities between the Astros and the Braves, given their good starting pitching. Their starters have a .271 ERA over their last 15 games. They've struggled to score runs, but they are outstanding defensively. Second in the major leagues. They've only made 7 errors as a team, 3 by Tejada.
As Carlos Lee stands in, and those 7 errors have led to only two unearned runs.
It helps your pitching staff out, doesn't it?
Lee with 5 homers. He's knocked in 17. A big strike zone and a .253 batting average. Liner over first. That's slicing into the corner. So Carlos Lee, who signed to a 2012 season, will jog in with his 6th double. 2 extra base hits for Houston in the opening inning.
It kind of separates him from a lot of the other power hitters. Slider out over the plate, and he took that ball the other way. Good piece of hitting by the cleanup hitter.
And that brings up Miguel Tejada, the Astros shortstop. Well, you look at his power numbers. Wait till you see what pops up on your screen here. No home runs for Tejada. How does that happen?
In Houston.
Yeah. In fact, this April, only the second month of his entire major league career in which he's not hit at least one home run. Low misses outside, even the count.
Started this season, though, needing to kind of rebuild his reputation after he lied under oath about performance-enhancing drugs. And is working hard to try to put that behind him and make people realize that he is the guy, the good guy he used to be.
Tough play for Lowe, and he can't make it. So they're at the corners now with 2 out.
They're going to charge Derek Lowe with an error here. He was the only one that really had a decent play, and he, instead of backhanding the ball, tried to turn fingers down and just didn't catch it. Frustrating inning compounded by the error.
Well, Lowe getting contact early in the count. He's only thrown 14 pitches. Yet he's trailing by a run and has some trouble afoot with Hunter Pence in the batter's box. Pence, sensational young hitting prospect at 282.
And he's an early in the count guy. If he's making contact early in the count, he's successful. After about, he sees 3 or 4 pitches or more, his average goes down. Very aggressive.
Pence, born in Fort Worth, lives in Arlington, Texas. And he chops one up the middle to Escobar, who has to unload in a hurry. Inning over. Lowe gets 3 ground ball outs, but 3 Astros reach, and one of them scores. 1-0 Houston as Mike Hampton back to the Turner Field mound in the first.
Up 1-0. Fans continue to file in here. Here's Bobby Cox's starting lineup tonight. Omar Infante's last 2 games have been red hot. He'll be followed by Escobar and Chipper Jones, and Jeff Brancour, who moves into the cleanup spot. Then Kochman, Diaz, and Clint Salmons, who gets us starting behind the plate. He'll bat 7th. Schaefer 8th. Derek Lowe 9th. On the mound for Houston, Mike Hampton, who's now 36 years old, 5'10", 195 out of Brooksville, Florida. He makes his home now in the Phoenix area. He's in his 16th year. 1-1 to start the year with a 3.86 ERA. Left-handers hitting 304 against him. Right-handers 270. Has not pitched against the Braves since 2002, and a career record against Atlanta before that of 4-9.
And Mike's put it together the last 13 starts dating back to last year. A quality start in 10 of those outings. Now, a quality start means a 4.50 ERA. He's about 3/4 of a run better than that in that stretch, a 3.76 earned run average, and I say good for him.
I agree. Sinker, slider, cutter. Throws a lot of cutters into right-handers. And if he's got the ball down around the knees, he's going to be effective.
Mike with the Braves from 2003 to 2008 made just 85 starts because of all those injuries. The most infamous of which was right before he was scheduled to make his triumphant return from another injury. Injured himself warming up in the bullpen last year.
And even before that, he agreed to go down to Mexico and pitch at Navajo to try to get ready for the season a couple of years ago, and pulled a hamstring. I guess it was before last season.
Correct.
And that was just trying to knock a ball down that was hit back through the middle.
Line into center field. Bourne can't get there. Omar Infante 6 for his last 10 since assuming the leadoff spot for Kelly Johnson.
Well, he continues to hit well. There's the defense for Houston behind Hampton tonight. And again, a very good group. Lee, Bourne, and Pence in the outfield. Third to first tonight, Blum, Tejada, Matsui, and Berkman. And Ivan Rodriguez, the catcher. A late sign by the Astros.
But the Astros have raved about the job Rodriguez has done in handling this staff. He can still throw pretty well. And if memory serves, Hampton's got a very good pickoff move.
He's got a couple. A normal fake, you know, the leg kick and step over. He'll also step back and snap a throw over there. Excellent fielder.
Ground ball slowly hit towards second. Matsui gets the leading lady. And Infante is forced out for out number 1.
And again, another ground ball for Escobar, who is now at 3.3 to 1. Ground ball to fly ball outs. It's a ball on the ground a lot. And Infante and this guy Chipper, the only guys in the lineup that have ever faced Mike Hampton, at least in regular season play.
And Chipper's faced him 50 times. He has 19 hits. That's a, what do you think, 380 batting average. And only 1 home run. Chipper with a 4-game hit streak coming into tonight's play. Got a high fastball and missed it. 0-1.
He was 2 for 8 in the Cardinal series with 4 walks. You know, those numbers against Hampton, and they're pretty gaudy.
Chop toward third. That is a fair ball. Long throw by Blum, and he made it look very easy. Good play by Tejada to get to the third base bag and prevent Escobar from making a turn at second. 2 outs, runner at second for Jeff Francoeur.
Third base has been kind of a revolving door in recent years for the Astros. Ty Wigginson played there quite a bit last year. Blum had been an Astro, went around to a couple of other stops before coming back to Houston, but a good defensive player.
Had Morgan Ensberg over there. They also had Aaron Boone this spring, and you might recall Aaron Boone had to undergo open heart surgery. Found a heart valve defect, I believe it was, and shortly before the start of the regular season had to undergo that procedure. And quite obviously his career is on hold, and hopefully Aaron Boone, one of the game's really good guys, will be able to fully recover from that.
And it was, for the purpose they did the surgery, very successful.
Bell balls and a strike to Francoeur, hitting cleanup for the first time this year.
Let's see how he responds. Sometimes guys get plugged into the cleanup spot and they think they've got to go 4 for 4 with 4 homers. Only his 35th career at bat as the cleanup hitter.
Took a shot at right and finds himself down to the count 1-2. Really is funny. You're a run producer like Francoeur is expected to be on this club. It's interesting how 1 or 2 different slots in the lineup really can play with your head and mess with your approach in that Atlanta lineup.
Just because of what you think you're supposed to be as a cleanup hitter compared to 5th or 6th.
And so for Francoeur, What is his mindset here? How do you avoid falling into that trap?
You just got to stay with the program. You got to do what you've been doing and not let where you're batting in the order affect it. Everything's been working for Jeff to this point. 2 for 11 in the Cardinals series. They pitched him pretty tough, but he was still trying to go to right field and to right center.
Swing and a drive, left center field, well hit. 2-1.
That's got to make him feel good. He and Mike Hampton, good friends. It's certainly a rivalry when it comes to going head-to-head with one another. But this swing, Chip, just what we're talking about. He keeps his hands inside the baseball. Pitch was down and in, but he didn't go out and around that pitch. He stayed inside on it.
And he only needs 3 more home runs to be a real good cleanup hitter tonight.
Right.
Boy, did that ball jump. Braves did not hit a home run in that series against the Cardinals.
Just their second home run as a team in the last 69 innings. But watch the hands. Really good swing, but only because he wasn't really thinking about pulling that ball.
And back to the mound, Hampton, as you mentioned, a terrific fielder. And that will retire the side. 2 runs on 2 hits. Only the 4th home run for Atlanta this year. Jeff Rancour launches it to left center, and the Braves are up a run.
His home run, his 3rd of the year. Time now to take a look at the Piedmont Hospital injury report. Healthcare provider of the Atlanta Braves. Visit PiedmontHospital.org.
And there you see the newly bespectacled Brian McCann. How's it going to work with him behind the plate wearing glasses?
I think he's going to wear some of the Oakley types.
Oh, okay.
That are a little more form-fitting, snugger to the face. But for a catcher, I think it's still going to be a bit of a battle. But if it helps him see better, why not?
Now, Brian also wears the old-fashioned style catcher's face mask. I imagine he may switch to that style that Clint Salmons employs, the hockey style mask, give him a little more room in the front.
You know, I'm wondering if he'll even need the glasses to catch. You know, on second thought, his vision is 20/15 in the good eye, 20/20 in the right eye.
Right.
By the reports we're getting from Dr. Gazarski, that's good enough for NASA and NASA pilots and for Navy aircraft carrier pilots.
Yeah, but they don't have to catch a 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
They don't have to hit one, that's for sure.
Blum couldn't stop himself. He's down on strikes. And Derek Lowe has his first whiff of the night, one away in the second.
Well, by this time next week, we'll know for sure if he's going to need to wear them to catch as well as hit.
It's just not realistic, obviously, but the Braves have played 21 times. They've had their A lineup together for 3 games.
Right.
We've played roughly 1/8 of this season. And even with all the Braves' injury troubles, they're still only, as we play tonight, 3 games out of first because Florida already lost today at Wrigley Field. And the reason I think is, go back to Exhibit A, Derek Lowe and the pitching of this club is so vastly improved. They've been in virtually every game.
And when the real lineup gets out there, we'll see what happens. We'll see what a difference that makes. Because the starting pitching has been so good. And after that good start by Florida, they've come back to the pack. So they didn't look like they were going to run off and leave everybody, but they didn't.
3-8 after starting 11-1 are the Marlins. And former Marlin Ivan Rodriguez robbed by Schaefer. Look at the ground he covered. 2 out.
Even Pudge stopped and turned around to Jose Cruz, a little surprised that he caught that one because it was slicing a little bit. Jordan playing him that way, but a great crossover step, and he lays out to get it. Nice play.
The Austrian judge a 9-3. And listen to the response for Mike Hampton. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, a little bit. It does a little bit. I think most of the fans equate it all to the fact that Mike was earning a big contract and was hurt.
Which the Braves, by the way, didn't give him.
No. Rockies gave him that deal. And the Rockies and the Marlins picked up quite a bit of the early part of that contract, even while he was still pitching for Atlanta.
And Hampton with a 2-out hit. He's always been able to do that. I'm disappointed in this reaction, to be honest with you. It's again. Do you think he wanted to be hurt?
No, of course not. Of course not. And the fans, though, you pointed it out early that he could have easily have just said, you know what, I can't play anymore. I'll just take my checks and go home. But he didn't. He kept rehabbing, and that was 1 year after another because he wanted to come back and pitch, and his body wouldn't let him until late last year.
And don't misunderstand, the fans pay the freight. They can cheer, they can boo, they can do whatever they want. I think no one was more disappointed that he couldn't play with this Braves club than that man right there, Mike Hampton.
He's getting some grief from Brian McCann on the railing of the dugout right now. Hampton even turned around and was talking back to him.
Two balls, no strikes. Kaz Matsui 0 for 1 in the game. Already for Matsui, a much better year this year than last. Well, you talk about injuries. He had some very painful injuries last year.
Yeah, I'll let you describe it because I'm not very good at it.
I'd rather not. Well, maybe.
There's got to be a description somewhere.
Well,
yeah, we know how.
He had an irritated disc. He had a strained right hamstring. And then in March and April, even worse. That one pops away from Infante. Hampton, very good base running, makes it to third without a play. They're at the corners with 2 out.
Omar's been a busy guy going to his left. This one had a little top spin on it. He got a glove on it, couldn't corral it. First and third, but 2 out. base hit.
Here's Bourne. He tripled and scored the first Houston run back in the first. Well, last year in spring training, Bourne looked absolutely lost trying to hit breaking balls. I wonder if he's improved in that category this year.
He got one above between the knees and the belt to tee off on his first time up, so it's hard to tell.
That one slicing foul.
He has a hitting coach, Sean Berry, who himself a former third baseman for the Astros. Talking about that position. But he's also got a manager in Cecil Cooper, who was an outstanding hitting coach as well as an outstanding left-handed hitter. And I'm sure can contribute to getting Bourne where they need him to be.
Hard hit ground ball again. Infante busy from a knee, throws out Bourne. Couple of runners stranded in the Houston second, with the Braves enjoying an early lead.
Bottom of the second inning, and fans, it's time for the know-how question of the game, built by the Home Depot. And if you have a question for us tonight, send us an email, and if chosen, we'll answer it later in the game. Send your email to braves@peachtreetv.com, and please tell us your name and where you're from. More saving, more doing. That's the power of Home Depot.
Braves have had some power tonight. Jeff Francoeur with a two-run homer in the first inning has put the Braves in front. Now it's Diaz, Salmons, and Schaefer. As Matt takes the ball outside, 1 ball, no strikes.
Clint started the year with the Braves because David Ross was on the disabled list with a strained groin. And he'll be up next. Matt Diaz is a heck of a player too, isn't he?
Nice play at third by Blum. And got him by a step. Now, what were you saying about Clint?
As I was saying, it's funny how that works. First, the play by Blum and some of that good defense by the Astros. A lot of us would call that an EB. Clint Salmons went back to Gwinnett, got in a few games there, hit a home run. Part of that Parkview connection.
And his first big league at bat of the year is against Mike Hampton. I'll say this, the job that David Ross has done for this ball club in the absence of Brian McCann is worth repeating. I think you made the point a couple of games ago that for a lot of years the Braves backup catchers have either been excellent defensive players or solid offensive players. They really haven't had a backup who brings a little of both of those elements into play, and David Ross certainly has shown that this year.
I thought he's a great sign. 2-year deal. He's strong. We keep talking about his pop. He's got power and can really throw. Almost went right back in the umpire's ball satchel. Paul Mauert could have just opened up his bag there and had it drop right back in. That's a little low. 2-2. Hampton's 2-2 pitch.
Thank you. That's launched to center. Bourne still going. Leaps at the wall. What a play.
That's not right. You know, good for Michael Bourne. He made a great play. But old Clint gets a start and comes that close to having an extra base hit, if not a home run, and gets robbed. Gets a pat from Bobby Cox on his return to the dugout. Breaking ball, and he got good extension on it. Bourne checked the wall and made a perfect leap to make the catch.
I think Hampton thought it was gone. Did you see his reaction?
He never looked, did he?
Here's Schaefer. Jordan at 273 looks at a quick strike. Going back to our discussion about how Bobby manipulates his lineup, Schaefer with the left-hander on the mound batting 8th tonight behind Clint Salmon. Sometimes when David Ross plays, he likes the veteran at bats of Ross in the 8th spot and Schaefer 7th in the Braves lineup. But no Ross obviously tonight.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised though with Hampton out there to bat Schaefer 8th. Move Jordan down. Even if David were here playing tonight, I would guesstimate that he was probably going to bat 7th anyway with the lefty. Ross will rejoin the team tomorrow night. Matt Diaz, who I believe hit this inning,
he did,
will be the emergency catcher tonight.
And then after that, Omar Infante, I guess, would be the emergency catcher. Although Eddie Perez was making a strong push for playing time, talking to Bobby Cox before the game tonight. Inning over, Schaefer rolls out. Hampton gave up a deep fly ball to Clint Salmons, and the Braves are up 1 after 2. Francoeur homer. Here in the third, Berkman, Lee, and Miguel Tejada coming up for this Houston Astros club.
Well, we've got a second here. Derek Lowe was a little late going out to do his warm-ups, and the umpire as well, Paul Nauert, went in to adjust something. Anyway, Chip and I got to play yesterday in the Braves Foundation charity golf tournament out at East Lake. Had a great time. There are your umpires for this evening with the crew chief, Jerry Crawford. But what a great day to spend at East Lake, walking around playing a little golf for such a great cause. And my team, minus 26 on the day, my team, Jody Tucker, had a hole-in-one on number 2.
Wow.
Yep. 165 yards. He hit a 3-wood. I think he hit a sandwich, honestly. Hole-in-one for Jody Tucker. That was pretty awesome.
Lance Berkman starts it off and takes the ball. Glenn Diamond tells me to read this inning's pitch speed. Brought to you by Bear Advanced. Bear Advanced, better science and better results. My group was the Piedmont Hospital group. And my game was in the emergency room most of the day. We finished at 13 under.
That's a good day.
We had a good time. That was great. No, that is a great golf course. East Lake. As Berkman grounds second for the second time. There's 0 for 2, but does have the lone Houston RBI. Pretty cool when you walk around the golf course where Bobby Jones learned how to play, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. And it's such nice people. Very accommodating. It's a great day. Wonderful food. Good to see a lot of Braves alumni there, too. I know I won't remember everybody, but Charlie Leibrandt, Jay Howell, Pete Smith, Zane Smith.
Jeff Treadway was there.
Treadway. Great to see everybody there.
So a great event, and I'm sure our boss Derek Schiller and Mike Plant would want us to thank all of those who participated, all the great sponsors. Hope they had as much fun as we did meeting them and playing out at East Lake. And you're right, it was just a spectacular day.
Ryan Jordan, Ron Gant also there playing yesterday. Brad Klontz.
1 ball, 1 strike. Lee serves one to Francoeur Knight. 2 out. 2 outs for Tejada. Reached on Derek Lowe's fielding there. It caused no problems in the first, however. When you look at this Houston ball club, there are not many homegrown players in their starting 9, are there?
No.
Matsui came from Japan and then to the Mets. Bourne came from Phillies. Berkman's one of theirs. Lee, a free agent. Tejada signed. Hunter Pence their own. Blum. Liner to short. And that'll do it for Tejada. We'll talk more about that for this Houston club. They're getting long in the tooth and short on results so far in 09. The AirTran Airways home run inning, where one lucky fan will have a chance to win free airfare for two if the Braves hit a homer this inning. Visit PeachTreeTV.com/Braves for official rules and enter for your chance to win. AirTran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you. He's hoping for a home run tonight. And the first to Derek is a called strike. It's even 1-1. Talking about this Houston club, a lot of 30-plus-year-old players on their everyday roster. First, the pitch that's called a strike. The Astros have really slashed in recent years their farm system budget. In 2007, they gave up their first and second round picks as free agent compensation, that didn't sign their third or fourth rounders.
Wow.
A year later, only one player from the first 6 rounds of their draft remains in the organization. And so the challenge really for guys like Berkman and Pence is to try to make this Houston club competitive without a whole lot of help from the minor leagues. A fly ball to center is tracked down. Derek Lowe's out number 1.
And see, to me, that's I know you don't get immediate results, but that's the 180-degree opposite of what you should be doing. If you're trying to maintain and control your payroll, then by all means plug some money into your player development and scouting so that you develop your own players and don't have to go into free agency to get those guys.
Yeah.
And you can control the salaries for the first 3 or 4 years.
And it's really funny. Drayton McClain's the fine owner of the Astros, and he knows his business far better than I do, certainly. But it's an intriguing dichotomy. He's willing to spend a lot of money on free agents like Carlos Lee, but wasn't willing to sign his unproven draft picks. And so 2-3 years down the road, that gaping hole, I'm sure, is going to be one that is felt down at Minute Maid Park.
Well, good swing.
Infante strokes one left center. Bourne tracks that down. Good play. 2 out. Hampton's getting the ball up in the air tonight.
Yeah, I'm getting a little miffed at Michael Bourne. That's already 2 extra base hits he's taken away. And another good swing from Omar Infante. Right on the button, but the guy can fly out there. The immediate results of signing free agents and getting people to come to the ballpark are what you benefit from signing people like Carlos Lee. And knowing that when they signed Lee, that Bagwell, I believe, was already gone. Biggio was within a year of retirement. Their stars were going to be out of the limelight. Clemens was gone, so they needed some guys to come in and put some people in the seats.
But it's hard to believe that 4 years ago the Astros were in the World Series.
I know.
And seemingly every year since then they've started extremely slowly, and they've had a huge finishing kick in the second half, only to fall a couple of games shy of making the postseason. That, and talk about a winning franchise. The Astros have had 2 losing years since 1991. 2. They've had 6 managers in that stretch. So you've just got to wonder if there's some big-time impatience in the owner's box, and how much is Ed Wade going to be able to be allowed to clean up.
And by comparison, the Pirates have had 16 straight losing seasons, and they haven't had a whole lot more managers than that.
Ground ball to short. Berkman digs it out. A very good play, and 3 up, 3 down on another ground ball out from Yunel Escobar. This has been the AirTran Airways home run inning of the game. Make sure to register at PeachTreeTV.com/Braves for official rules and your chance.
three in Major League history have the most hits? That's a good question. 1,000 games as a catcher. Who have the most hits? One of them's got to be in the ballpark tonight.
Clint Sammons, isn't it?
Clint Sammons is not the answer.
So Pudge.
Nor is Eddie Perez.
No. So you got to say Pudge, right?
Yes.
You've got to think Johnny Bench.
Here are some possibilities. I've been given a card here.
A cheat sheet.
I've been given a card that says, here are some possibilities.
Why is Hal giving you all the answers?
Well, it's for both of us. It's not the answers. It's options. Okay. Okay, here's some choices for you.
It's really hard. It's really frustrating when you have to have an instruction sheet to read the possibility. It's way too technical.
Yeah, there's way too much flipping going on.
Yeah,
over here.
well.
Okay, you mentioned Bench.
Yeah.
He's on this list of possibilities.
Okay, how about Ted Simmons?
Ted Simmons is on here. So is Gary Carter.
Okay.
So is Carlton Fisk.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yogi Berra. Mike Piazza. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 7 options.
Are those all the possibilities, Hal? Or are there others that you didn't put on there? He's the kind of guy that
Bill Dickey's on there. Bill Dickey would be a guy qualified with over 1,000 games.
But see, Hal's the kind of guy that'll sort of tease you with that stuff. You'll think those are the only 7 options, and there'll be nobody else on that.
No, I think he picked 3 out of those.
3 out of those 7. All right. Ball 4 to Hunter Pence. He's got good speed. Tying run aboard potentially for the Stros here in the 4th inning. First walk of the night for Derek Lowe.
There's Mr. Galima, the Dr. No.
And it's Dr. No with a K.
Yes. Didn't get to see him doing a lot of his flipping, but that's him.
If we had a booth cam between innings, you'd see a lot. No balls and a strike to Blum. So who are your choices? I mean, who are you going to pick?
I can't. Pudge Rodriguez is a lock. He's number 1. I already knew that.
Okay. All right. So Pudge is on the I'll go. My favorite player as a kid was Ted Simmons, so I'll put him on there.
You are right, sir.
Ooh. And what, are we not supposed to guess anymore?
No, that's 2.
Oh.
That's 2. We'll give the answer in the bottom.
Oh, so stop there is what Hal said.
No, you can keep picking, but I can't tell you if you're right or not until we get to the bottom of the 4th.
I can't do that.
But we've got 2 of them.
I like it better when he gives us hints.
Good pitch.
Blum is down on strikes again. He has not seen a whole lot of good stuff from Lowe to hit tonight. So he's 0 for 2, 1 on, 1 out. And here is the aforementioned Pudge Rodriguez.
He has seen the best of what Derek Lowe has to offer. Good sinker on both occasions, running away from him. Kind of a last-second hack at that.
Pudge still in excellent shape. Astros had a gaping hole behind the plate when Brad Ausmus left. Another veteran player who did such a great job in all the Houston glory years handling that pitching staff. Now Ausmus backing up Russell Martin with the Dodgers. Is this guy a first ballot Hall of Famer for you?
I think so. And it's easy to see why he's on that list of catchers with the most hits, because among active players, he's 3rd on the list behind Junior and Little O.
Omar Vizquel's playing in Texas this year. And tutoring Elvis Andrews. Runner goes, perfect hit and run. Add another hit to Pudge's total. And streaking toward 3rd is Pence, where he will stand with 1 man out. Now Mike Hampton a chance to help himself.
Boy, that was well done. Pence is a long strider, broke hit and run play, and a sinker that Pudge went down and got. And with Escobar covering, able to yank it in the direction where where might have had a play.
Hampton single to right, his first and only time up. He takes a quick strike. Cardinals are red hot. They're winning again tonight, 3-0 in Washington. They're beating Jordan Zimmerman, who is a perfect 2-0 to start his big league career. Albert Pujols has hit his 9th home run already. And Chris Duncan his 3rd.
Albert went up to Washington last night, hit one right away after being stymied here in Atlanta. So that's 2 in 2 games up there.
Mets 4-0 over the Phillies. First time they've met this year. Danny Murphy's hit his 2nd for New York. Reds and Pirates, no score, 4th inning. Zach Duke going for the Buccos tonight. Later on, Arizona's in Milwaukee. Padres face the Dodgers. And Randy Johnson faces the Rockies.
Big pitch here. Strikeout or ground out. Ahead of Hampton, make him chase something out of the zone. He's an aggressive hitter, as you know. Strikeout would be big, but a ground ball for a possible double play would be better. .237 career hitter with runners in scoring position.
Good stop, Salmons, to save a run.
Great play by Clint. I think he's wearing one of those masks, at least for me, the first time I've seen him wear one of those hockey style masks.
Some catchers I've talked to said it gives you a much better field of vision, protects the back of your head, but they're not quite as generous on foul balls to the mask. Chipper to second, low throw. Bad throw to first on the relay. Kochman had to come off the bag to save it. And Mike Hampton bounces into a force play and drives home Hunter Pence, and that ties the game 2-2.
Chipper looked like he lost control of this baseball, getting it out of his glove, and kind of made a shot put over to Infante. And Omar did a good job just to catch it, but he's in a horrible position to try to throw. And Kochman makes a good play to keep it from getting by him. But right here, Chipper just kind of palmed that ball over there. And it really threw Infante's timing off. And a run scores as a result.
Hampton's 2nd RBI of the year. 2-2 game now for Kaz Matsui. Well, one area where Matsui really has improved is defensively. He came over from Japan and played with the Mets. He had a real bad habit, Sandy Alomar told me, that he wanted to surround every ball defensively. In Japanese baseball, infielders are never taught to backhand the ball. And that extra step or so really led to a whole lot of problems for him with the glove. In fact, Matsui, that first season in New York, had 24 errors, I believe, in 114 games.
Playing shortstop.
Right.
And it was evident right away that at least in the major leagues that was not going to be sufficient. And Jose Reyes came along and they moved Matsui to second. That's where he still plays.
So 24 errors his first big league year. He has 28 since the end of the 2004 season, and so far none in 2009.
Derek Lowe sometimes will bury that slider down and into left-handed hitters, and if you go in there on Matsui, you better bury it because he's really tough down and in.
Full count. Hampton will get a head start with 2 outs in a tie game. He did bury it. Good call, Joe. Nasty pitch. 3rd strikeout for Derek Lowe, but the Astros tie the game in the 4th.
time for the answer to the Toyota Tacoma trivia question. We gave you two, Pudge and Simmons. Ted Simmons, the third catcher with the most hits, with at least 1,000 games. Carlton Fisk at 2,356. Yogi Berra 2,150. Mike Piazza 2,127. And Gary Carter 2,092. Johnny Bench 2,048.
How ironic, two guys whose nickname is Pudge on that list with Ted Simmons. So Chipper Jones starts the Atlanta fourth. New life for the Astros. 2-2 our score tonight. One ball, no strikes. Minnesota at home facing Kansas City tonight. And the Twins very happy to welcome Joe Mauer back, their all-star batting champion catcher. As Chipper hits it in the air to right center, Bourne has plenty of room. All Joe Mauer did in his first at bat is hit a home run for the Twins. Boy, is he something. One
That's
out.
Magical. Mike Hampton threw Chipper two straight changeups to start that at bat. And even though Chipper drove that one pretty deep, the first one was 81, the second one was 77 miles an hour.
So Jeff Francoeur trying to snap an 8-man in a row retired streak by Mike Hampton. Jeff went Palakaye.
Yes, he did. This was almost out in the street. Pulled his hands in a little bit. Kept his hands inside the baseball. His third homer of the year, and he's up to 15 RBIs.
I think our buddies Pete Manzano and Fernando Palacios just had a heart attack when I said Palakaye. Good play by Berkman. 9 up, 9 down, 2 outs in the fourth inning.
Well, Chip, now it's time to take a look at the SunTrust Solid Performers, brought to you by SunTrust. Live solid, bank solid. And tonight's category, doubles in the National League. Among the league leaders, Casey Kochman. Freddie Sanchez leads with 10, and Casey tied with Cameron, Votto, and Young with 9. That's solid.
And so has Casey's work been against left-handed pitching. 346 against southpaws coming in. Reaching and popped up left side. Playable for Blum. He's got it. 10 up, 10 down for Mike Hampton, who's settling in. We mosey along to the fifth. They're dancing the aisles at Turner Field in Atlanta. 2-2 game, top of the 5th inning. 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up for the Astros. Don't forget, Mother's Day is just a short 9 days away.
Well, this is that time of year we try to just give everybody a little notice. Some people don't need a lot of notice, don't need to be reminded, but for Glenn Diamond, you know, he's got now 9 days to work out something to get Nancy for Mother's Day. Understand he got himself a car.
Yeah.
During the offseason.
Well, you know it's going to have something to do with the car. It's Glenn and Mother's Day.
Remember that year he got her a car wash?
Yeah. Went all out. I think he's going to get her. He's actually going to get her a car wash and let him wax it too.
I'll be back later.
It's only May. 0-2 to Bourne. Boy, I hope the FCC's not watching tonight. Bourne's tripled, scored, and grounded out. Braves play him way around toward left. And he hits it to left. Diaz, long run. That him played very well. One away.
Speaking of celebrations, a hearty happy birthday to little Kathy Simpson today. Celebrating number 20, 30. It's somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But happy birthday
all
to my
right,
wife.
Kath. Here's Berkman 0 for 2 with an RBI tonight. And just one for his last 25.
That's certainly not him. I was watching him swing in batting practice because I knew he'd been struggling, and I wondered if all of a sudden he tried to pull everything. But in batting practice, he was just wearing out the left center field alley. That doesn't really look like a left center type swing, even though the ball was away from him. He's grounded out to second twice. He's rolled over the top of balls. So maybe, in fact, that is the problem.
Talked with Milt Thompson about Jimmy Rollins' extended slump the last couple of weeks for the Phillies. And he said the problem for Rollins is trusting his talent. No, he said Jimmy Rollins would get in the cage and said, I'm trying to feel it. I'm trying to feel it. And that's the problem. You got to get in there and just practice and work on stuff. Once the game starts, all that practice and work has to go out the window, doesn't it?
See the ball, hit the ball. And try not to tie yourself up with all kinds of other thoughts. This guy did not have a good September last year either. He only hit a .171 to finish the season in September.
Well, he's too good a hitter to struggle too much longer. You just hope from the Braves' perspective it lasts a couple more days. Braves play tomorrow afternoon. That'll be on Big Fox. And then again 1:35 on Sunday. Another chance for Diaz. That one leaks toward the corner. Berkman 0 for 3 and 2 are out.
So far in the season, Chip, we've chronicled some guys who have not fared well against better pitching and some that have. And Carlos Lee put up some good numbers last year against better pitchers. And again, this is a slugger, but he also hits for a high average. against the National League's top 10 in wins, 364, top 10 in ERA, 350, and in strikeouts. How about that? 385 mark. I love this graphic because there are some guys who make a living off the lower tier pitchers. They wear them out, but they don't have big nights or have big numbers against the better guys.
That ball's fisted up the middle. And Carlos Lee, you're right, a slugger, but look how strong he is to muscle that ball for his second hit in 3 tries tonight.
Well, they were worried about him in spring training. He was having a horrible spring. Didn't get off to a real good start.
Their whole team had a horrible spring.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, but he wasn't hitting a lick. And just now beginning to come around, and he'll take all the hits he can get, including that seeing eye hit.
That brings up Tejada. He's 0 for 2.
That throw to first scared Carlos Lee to death because he wasn't off the bag. He just saw Casey Kochman about to catch a ball, and he was afraid he was going to get hit.
And then he goes. Salmon's throw is in plenty of time. Carlos Lee is gunned down, his first attempt of the year, and the Astros are done in the top of the 5th.
$1 gas card, all for only $59. To order, visit braves.com/tickets. 4 tickets, 4 dogs, 4 cokes, parking, a program, and a $5 gas card. What are you waiting on? Come see us.
And a good crowd here tonight on a perfect Friday night in Atlanta. Friday night's always one of the more popular promotions during the home portion of the schedule, for fireworks are in the offing tonight. And already a few fireworks as Jeff Francoeur has hit the lone homer of the game for Atlanta, a 2-run first inning shot. Lower portion of the Braves order starts it off. It begins with Matt Diaz. He bounced out to third his first time. Up the middle.
Get through.
Tejada can hit, but doesn't cover a whole lot of ground anymore, does he?
No, he doesn't. He's put on a little weight, got a little thicker than he used to be with Oakland, even in those days when he first went to Baltimore. Not quite the range he used to have. He'll catch what's hit to him. The Braves in business with their leadoff man aboard.
Hampton to the stretch for the first time since the game's first inning. Let's see if that causes him some trouble here with Clint Salmons, who took Michael Bourne to the center field wall his first and only time up.
He's throwing a lot of first pitch changeups.
Who's in charge of tracking that kind of a pattern in the course of a game?
I would say that all the guys that are sitting on the bench are responsible for paying attention to that. Not just Terry Pendleton, but guys going back to the dugout and wanting to know or telling the guy that's coming up after you.
Hit high in the air to left, but Carlos Lee will make the catch. 1 out.
You've always had a line, Chip, that I like, and I forget who you attribute
Sandy
it to.
Alomar.
You can watch the game or observe the game, and you have to observe what's going on, especially in a tight ball game like this. You know, how's he getting people out? What's he throwing first pitch? I'd want to know that when I come up there. I want to have a good idea of that.
Jordan Schaefer bats. He tapped to the mound his first time up. And Hampton misses outside. Toronto behind Roy Halladay has taken a 4-2 lead over the Orioles. That's in the 6th inning now. It's May 1st, and the Jays, off to a 15-9 start, are playing their first game against the AL East this year.
No kidding.
Tonight. Good play by Pudge.
Well, their 15-9 start hasn't exactly meant that everybody's job is safe. I understand they sent 3 guys down out of their bullpen and called up 3 guys from the minor leagues, kind of like what the Nationals did in different circumstances.
Well, and in Toronto's case, they've got 5 starting pitchers disabled, 5 of them. And yet they've been able to mash their way. I think Toronto, and Hal can check this for us, I think Toronto still leads the major leagues in runs scored this year. And Cito Gaston, who took over as the manager of Toronto last June 20th, he's 63-43 with Toronto, including this year, since that managerial switch.
What a job.
Yep.
I know with all the losses they incurred over the wintertime, I didn't expect much from them. You were right, sir, when the runs scored.
That's a miracle. But it's 4-2 Toronto over Baltimore. We'll see how good they are once they get through with Tampa Bay and the Yankees and the Red Sox. Another club we saw in the spring didn't do much, that Toronto club. But that's the beauty of parity now. As Schaefer walks, everybody seemingly in baseball has a chance this year, and that's refreshing. 2 on, 1 out, pitcher up. First walk for Hampton tonight.
Derek Lowe's 0 for 8 on the year so far, but he's put down a couple of sacrifice bunts. Look for him to do the same here.
Where does he want to bunt this ball?
Bunts this ball to third. He's taking a very open stance too. He's already in his batting stance. Good one.
Berkman fumbles, recovers, fires high and wide. For all the talk about how good Houston's defense has been, that play was not very good, and now Hampton's got a real mess.
He didn't have a play at third, I don't think, but yet he looked up at third base before he picked this ball up, and as a result missed it, and then hurried the throw that pulls Matsui off the bag. Watch him coming in here. Maybe no, he didn't have a play at third base, but he wanted to take a peek over there just the same, even though he was getting instructions from Pudge. That helps.
E3 the call. And they're loaded for Infante. Omar has stung the ball twice. Chance for the Braves to get back in front.
The first pitch changeup. Right-handed hitters are getting a steady diet of that.
Braves were 4 for 25 against the Cardinals with runners in scoring position in the series. Here's a chance for Infante to help put a crooked number up here in the 5th, and he's ahead 2-0.
Well, one thing you can count on, it may not happen this at bat, but you can count on Omar putting the ball in play. 4 strikeouts and 42 at bats. 3 walks. He's going to swing the bat, but he doesn't swing and miss that often. You just hope that if he does put it in play here with a good hitter's count, it's not right at somebody.
Nowhere near, ball 3. 3-0.
And remember, you were talking about those runners in scoring position. He had that line drive the other night against St. Louis with runners at second and third, I believe. That Schumacher made that great leaping catch to end an inning.
Omar thought it was inside, but the count now 3-1.
That's close. Braves' numbers driving in runners from third with less than 2 outs has not been good. Just 11 out of 24.
Base hit. Diaz scores. Schaefer around third. He's going to score. A big hit for Infante. Two more hits for Omar Infante, and it's a 4-2 game.
And again, puts the ball in play. This ball was hit hard. They were playing up the middle for a chance at a double play. So wide of Tejada, and with Jordan Schaefer running from second base, even for a left fielder, you might as well put that in your pocket, boy, because he is hard to have a chance to throw out on a play like that.
Dewey Robinson, the pitching coach, back to the Houston dugout. Hampton's defense hasn't helped him in this 5th inning, but a terrific Infante at bat earns him his 5th and 6th RBIs of the season.
You saw Omar get the job done, driving in 2 to give the Braves the lead back. Braves' best hitters with runners in scoring position. Chipper Jones has actually crept ahead of Unell by 5 points, but Escobar still at 450.
Hampton again looking for another ground ball off the bat of Escobar. And a big slow curve in for a called strike. He's hitting 4 double plays, has Escobar this year. That ties him for the team lead with Jeff Francoeur.
Hampton had set down 10 in a row to start this inning before Diaz bounced that single up the middle. And he's not getting ahead in the count on every hitter like he was during that stretch.
And it's funny, sometimes a pitcher will get into a groove out of the windup. As soon as he has to go to the stretch for the first time in a while, something changes.
Yeah, it does. A little rhythm is broken up. Timing's a little off.
Hitters count, 2 balls and a strike.
Braves are doing a good job of making Hampton get the ball up too, Chip. not offering it that stuff that starts at the knees and finishes at the ankles.
Astros bullpen working as Escobar hits a rope down the left field line. That'll hit high off the fence. Lowe will score. Infante to third. It's 5-2.
Braves are teeing off on their old buddy. Getting the count in their favor and not missing some sweeping breaking balls. This one almost went out of the park. A line drive that just wasn't quite high enough. They're going to walk Chipper. It doesn't look like it's going to. Yeah, now they are. The company. New version of Eddie Yost, the walking man, in this homestand.
It'll be the 10th time Chipper has walked this year, and only the first time he's been intentionally walked, although you can say the Cardinals unintentionally intentionally walked him on his 4-walk night the other evening. So again, the bases are full of Braves, and Jeff Francoeur, the hitter.
Well, he came up as the cleanup hitter in the first inning with 2 out, had a runner on base, and drove the ball out of the ballpark. In fact, it was his first home run at home at Turner Field since August 14th of last year. That was 113 at bats ago. And he's up there again with 2 out and a chance to do some damage. There's the home run, like a low cutter, and he just golfed it out. I said 2 out. There's just 1 out. So again, a runner at third and less than 2 out. Astros are going to make a pitching change.
Nice delayed tactics by Pudge Rodriguez to go to the mound and allow Jeff Geary a chance to warm up and listen to the Boo Birds serenade Mike Hampton. Braves have 3 across in the 5th inning as the Stros go to the bullpen. This call to the pen brought to you by AT&T.
Vote for the movie you want to watch. To cast your vote and for a full list of Peachtree TV Screen on the Green movies, just go to PeachtreeTV.com.
Well, Mike Hampton started pretty effectively for Houston tonight. No strikeouts, 72 pitches through 4 innings and 1/3. His defense did not help him in this 5th inning, and now he leaves the bases loaded for Jeff Geary, and he'll face Jeff Francoeur.
Geary's number is not all that good so far either. He's tied for the team lead in appearances. Suffered back-to-back losses in games in the middle of April. And Jeff Francoeur 5 for 10 against the former Philadelphia Philly. And while Hampton's given up 4 earned runs, all the base runners out there belong to him too.
A 5-2 Atlanta game. And the Astros bullpen in a state of flux too. We touched on it earlier. Jose Valverde out with an injury. And LaTroy Hawkins will be their closer, so everybody has to move up or move back a step in that rotation. For Cecil Cooper right now, Geary's got to get him out of this inning.
I mentioned coming into the game tonight that the Braves were just 11 for 24 getting a runner in from third and less than 2 outs, just like this situation. That was 46% before Infante's hit. That ought to be at least 2 out of 3, if not 3 out of 4 times. Francoeur has been successful 2 out of 3 times.
Took a shot at right field, and now a 1-2 count.
This is where Jeff's new approach really comes in handy. Chance to drive in a run or 2 by being a little more defensive when he's behind in the count.
Good stop, Rodriguez behind the plate.
I think Pudge would like to have a buck for every ball he's had to block in the dirt.
When he was in Texas, I saw him do something after a game I've never seen another catcher do. You know how hot it was during those Sunday day games in Arlington? Caught all 9 innings, 110 degrees. After the game, here's the 2-2 to Francoeur. Base hit right field. What an at bat. Infante scores. Escobar around third. The throw to the plate is off target. Did Pudge apply the tag? He did. The tag on the hip of Escobar. He's called out. He's going to argue. Bobby Cox might come out. Unell thought he got out of the way, but Paul Nauert says you're out.
Unell was very emphatic about it. That he missed him. Did everything he could on what was a bad throw. Rodriguez, if he didn't tag him, made it look like he did. And Escobar had to go way around him. High hanging breaking ball, and again a little more of a defensive swing going the other way. Plates 1 run for Francoeur. The throw up the line. Boy, I don't know. If he did, it was just the jersey. And Rodriguez looked like he was trying to come back and tag him again. Sometimes that's a telltale sign right here. No, he saw the hand go well, and he did. He reacted to come back and tag him again. That's usually a dead giveaway.
But what I saw Rodriguez doing after one of those games in Arlington, he had the 20-pound medicine ball. And with the Rangers trainer, was heaving that medicine ball as high as he could on the concrete wall in the concourse underneath the stadium, and then sprinting from side to side to try to catch it before it bounced a second time. So he'd heave it up, run to a spot, catch it on a bounce, pick it back up, throw it up against. He did that for another half hour after the game.
Wow.
Unbelievable. But he got the benefit of a bang-bang call at the plate. 9-2 the official put out for the second out of the inning. But a 3 RBI night for Francoeur. Kochman now the 9th man to hit in the frame. And 4 runs are in. Well, when's the last time the Braves had a 4-run inning at home? Fisted back through the middle. Tejada handles and throws to first. I don't know if Geary touched it, but the inning comes to a close. Braves bat around, score 4. Another look at the close play at the plate. Did he get him? Only Paul Nauert knows for sure. Kim Basinger. Want to check out that flick, folks. 6-2 our score after 5 here in Atlanta and Turner Field. Mike Hampton knocked out of the game. Now Derek Lowe, a nice comfortable lead, and the middle of the order up for the Stros, starting with Miguel Tejada.
I want to tell you something. What Jeff Francoeur is doing with his approach this year, can't say enough about it. Home run tonight, but as impressive, if not more so, is that base hit to right behind in the count. Now, the knock lately has been, and I think with some justification, that Jeff's adjustment has taken away some of his power. Well, he kind of allayed some of that concern tonight with that drive to left. But just the fact that he took what Gary gave him when he was behind in the count was very impressive.
Well, which would you rather have? Jeff Francoeur hitting 25 home runs and maybe hitting 259, or Jeff Francoeur hitting 20 home runs and maybe 279, driving in a similar number of runs? Slow roller. Escobar will have a chance to barehand and gun him out. Good play.
I'll be honest with you, Chip. I don't care what he hits, but drive in 100 runs or more. However, whatever it takes.
My point being, if you're hitting 279, your chance to drive in 100 runs is probably greater than 259. So sacrifice some power for better approach.
No question about it. The more contact you're making, the more successful contact you're making, the better chance you've got of driving in runs. And he's cut down on his strikeouts. His walks are going up, not by leaps and bounds, but by leaps and bounds by Jeff standards, yes.
So Francoeur with a homer, with a 3 RBI night, 3 homers, 16 RBIs, 2 for 3 at the plate. His average over 280 now. And Hunter Pence, a 2-0 count.
That ground ball Escobar just fielded barehanded. Second time he's done that in this homestand. I hope that doesn't become a habit. He's got a really nice glove. And especially with a guy like Tejada running, who's certainly dropped a step or two, no need to do that. No need to do the bare hand.
Four-pitch walk to Hunter Pence. That's not what Derek had in mind. He's walked him twice in this game.
Well, when we take a look at the location of this pitch, we'll find out if Derek was disgusted with himself or the call of Paul Nauert. He froze. He thought he had the pitch. He was mad at the umpire. Pretty good pitch. Must have been low.
Little squibber. Tough play. Low, a bare hand. Has to hurry. Kochman held the bag. Lowe gets a new baseball, and very quietly politicking with Nauert about perhaps where that pitch was that missed to Pence.
Remember, Derek booted one earlier tonight going to that same spot. Took his time here and made a close play, but Casey did a good job of kind of reaching around the runner to get that one.
Veteran guy like Lowe can make his point with the umpire without any confrontation. Very subtly, it appeared he took the opportunity a moment ago. So Pence in at second with 2 outs, and here's Pudge. He's 1 for 2. And now Sammons and Lowe want to get together on the signs with that man at second base here.
Yeah, it's fair when the umpire's right there to say, where was that 3-2 pitch to Pence? You know, and then have him tell you if he thought it was low or if he thought it was outside. They're not going to take exception to that if you're standing right beside each other. Which is slightly different than walking in off the mound to home plate and asking him.
Yes.
That might be a little different.
And the catcher always seems to have a running communication with the umpire, especially after an at-bat, without turning around and say, where'd you see that pitch? Where was it? Catchers will also say to an umpire, hey, he's got to have that pitch, or we're going to be here all night.
Or just saying, oh, that was a good pitch, Paul. Hoping that he'll give you a better look at it next time.
Now, as a hitter, do you get to have your say?
Oh, sure. You get into that third grade. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Or brag on him and say, that was a good call, Paul.
One ball, 2 strikes. And a bouncing ball back to the mound. Derek Lowe's through 6 with a 6-2 lead. Last 2 games of this series will be daytime affairs. Good matchup tomorrow. Jair Jurgens and Roy Oswalt hook up at 3:40 Eastern time.
Well, that'll be a good matchup, won't it?
Yeah, Oswalt 0-2. Hard to believe. JJ 2-2 with a 172 earned run average.
Oswalt's had 3 straight no decisions.
And then a key matchup on Sunday. Wandy Rodriguez, who's been spectacular for Houston, will face JoJo Reyes. And the key for JoJo, can he back up his outstanding start and make it 2 in a row?
I think he can. You know, he doesn't even have to pitch that spectacularly. Just pitch good. Pitch somewhere close to that. It was a great performance.
Diaz is down on strikes, 1 away.
And with 1 out, let's take a look at the Braves' upcoming schedule, brought to you by AirTran Airways. Go, there's nothing stopping you. National Fox broadcast tomorrow afternoon at 3:40 that Chip was telling you about. And on Fox Sports South on Sunday at 1:35. That'll be the Reyes and Rodriguez hookup. Mets come to town Monday and Tuesday. We'll have that for you here on Peachtree TV beginning at 7 o'clock. First meeting of the year with the Mets.
And it'll be Vasquez and Livan Hernandez on Monday night. Then Tuesday night, Kenshin Kawakami, who is backed up to Tuesday because of some shoulder stiffness, will face Mets ace Johan Santana, who's 3-1 with a 110 earned run average. And that one loss for Santana was at the hands of Josh Johnson and the Florida Marlins. Pop up, shallow right. Long run, Berkman. Pence greets him, slides and can't come up. Dangerous play. As Berkman was tracking the ball, didn't see Pence, who slid out of the way. That's a harmless strike.
That was one of those where Pence was calling for it, but when Berkman didn't move, he smartly went to the ground. He didn't want to get clocked by the big first baseman, or he might have caught that ball. Berkman was really in the way. Remember, Lance played some outfield too, a lot of it. So he fancies himself a real fly catcher.
Salmon's down on strikes. In fact, Berkman played center field for a time in Houston in that gigantic ballpark at Minute Maid Park, and that really affected his batting average. I think he had to climb Tal's Hill a time or two.
Yes, he did. And they are celebrating part of their 2009 season. They're celebrating their 10th year at Minute Maid Park. That's hard to believe.
It is hard to believe. I love that park too.
Me too. Great park for the fans.
I've always wanted to do an open from the train up there.
I think you would look good in an engineer's hat out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pulling on the whistle.
Yeah.
Just been told by senior coordinating producer of Braves baseball that ain't happening, is I think what he said.
Yeah.
That would require some effort on his part.
No balls and a strike. When do the Braves see those guys again?
September.
Again?
Kind of like the Cardinals.
Yeah. In fact, we see them on the same trip.
Is that right?
Braves go to Houston first, then the Cardinals. September 8th through the 13th.
It'll still be hot.
Uh-huh. My guess is they'll still have fried chicken too.
Uh-huh. Good inning so far for Geary. A lot of fastballs.
He hung a breaking ball to Francoeur in the 5th inning. But you're right. Throwing a lot harder now in this Braves 6th. Golfed into left center field. Long run. Bourne slowing now. And he makes the play. He's been very busy and very good in the center field pasture for the Stros. But a better night for Atlanta. They've played lights out at home. 6-2 your score.
All right. ZZ Top.
He surrendered 6 hits, a couple of runs, and now faces Jason Smith, who comes on to pinch hit. Rough start for Smith. The pride of Meridian, Mississippi, made this club as a non-roster player. Was originally a Chicago Cubs farmhand. And he's now 0 for 20. Yikes, that's a tough way to start the year. 1 out.
Tough to cover that up. It reminds me of that year. Remember when Andrew Jones got off to like 4 for 44 start? That is just a year killer.
Yeah. By the way, you know what Andrew's doing now? He's playing first base.
Is he?
He's played some first base for the Rangers. He's at over 340 with those guys.
He'll be trying to play shortstop.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah. He was joking with the Rangers the other day. He said, I might go buy some catcher's gear. You never know.
Good for him.
And, yeah, Andrew Jones did a very good job for the Texas club, and they're very happy to have him. Remember, he had to work out a deal to stay with that club. They had a contract clause that would have allowed him to be released if the Rangers felt he wasn't going to make the team, but they worked out a deal. He got hot the final week or so of spring training, and now a reserve player, but a productive reserve player for him.
They had good teams. Late 80s, early 90s, as I recall.
Texas, you mean?
Yeah, under Johnny Oates, the late great Johnny Oates, but they kept getting stymied by the Yankees constantly. They'd get in the playoffs, and then they just couldn't get out of the first round.
My question is for Texas, what effect will Nolan Ryan have in developing pitching? I mean, they've always been, you played there. I mean, that's a great place to hit.
Yes. Didn't play in that ballpark, but that area, you're right. Ball jumps, and I would have to think that Nolan will have a direct impact, and I know that he's already had some influence on Kevin Millwood, trying to get him to step up, be the ace.
And Millwood came to camp in tremendous shape. As Lowe started his windup and had some mud in his spikes. Texas with a 5.70 team ERA. That's near the bottom in the American League. Only Baltimore, the Yankees, and the Indians have higher team ERAs than Ron Washington's club.
And I was wrong. It was 96 was the first year they were in the playoffs. They lost to Texas, or to New York, 3-1. Then in 98, 3-0 to New York. And then in 99, 3-0 to New York. But they were putting together some good teams. They just couldn't get out of the first round, and they couldn't score. They couldn't put any runs on the board enough to overwhelm the Yanks.
Well, not surprisingly, that Yankee dynasty was in full throttle with Joe Torre and the gang. Two balls, 2 strikes to Matsui. And that's foul. Matsui was originally a pitcher in Japan.
Was he?
With the Cebu Lions. And then converted to the infield. And now the count full to him. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
They have great nicknames over there, don't they?
Oh, I love them.
I mean, the Lions, that sounds like, well, that's pretty common. Yeah, but it just kind of goes together with Cebu, the Cebu Lions, the Chunichi Dragons. I love that. The Nippon Ham Fighters.
I like the some of the Mexican League teams. Convenient hop for Kochman. Better hurry. Yeah. And Casey got him by a step.
Don't admire it. Get over there.
The Monterrey Sultans in Mexico, but my favorite is the Saltillo Serape makers.
Well, in the winter leagues, the names, and they'll all come to me, I think, at some point.
Escogido Leones.
No, I'm thinking about Naranjeros, the orange pickers. There was also the Veneros, the deer hunters for Mazatlan.
Liner up the middle by Michael Bourne. He's got a 2-hit game.
And in Culiacan, the Tomateros, the tomato pickers.
Did you like winter ball?
I did. It was fun. Something every
will play behind. Let's see if he hugs the line or moves off a few steps.
Play some defense.
Salmons couldn't hang on.
Where'd that ball go? Oh, there it is. Got to get stuck in Clint's equipment somewhere. It was down in between his feet. And you get to go see the Tampa Bay Boston series on Sunday, correct?
Yes, sir. We head down there with our TBS crew tomorrow. And we've got Brad Penny and big game James Shields on Sunday. And Mr. Penny better start picking it up because Dice K is getting closer to coming back. And Penny has been rocked. And if you did not hear the news, John Smoltz has been shut down for a week. Felt some shoulder discomfort about 3-4 days ago. Line drive left field, played on a hop by Diaz. Bourne will make it to third very easily, and they're at the corners with 2 out. 112 pitches for Lowe in the game, and Lee standing in can make it a 1-run game with 1 swing of the bat. It might be time for some fresh artillery. And Bobby Cox on his way out is indeed going to go to his bullpen.
And I think that was a smart move. I thought Derek started to struggle just a little bit. And I use the term loosely. It was more effort for him this inning.
Nice cheer for Derek Lowe, who tries to win his third game of the year. He'll need a little help from his pensman.
Feels the same way I do. It's the lousy stinking New York Mets will be here Monday, Tuesday.
Well, those New York Mets are beating the Phillies 7-3. I got to be nice. I'm going to see them a couple times on our national broadcast. Braves will be on TBS several times this summer. And the better they play, the more they'll be on. And Peter Moylan will be on for the 12th time. He's part of a Braves bullpen that's really done a terrific job their last 3 series. In fact, Braves bullpen in its last 20 2/3 innings against the Nationals, the Reds, and the Cardinals has given up just 2 earned runs.
Well, he's only given up a run, and it was 1 run in his last 6 outings, and only given up 1 hit in his last 6 outings. Talk about an ERA that has plummeted. These guys are settling into their roles, helped mightily by the fact that the starting pitchers are pitching into the 7th on a consistent basis. Keeps everybody fresh, keeps them sharp.
So Carlos Lee will greet him. Braves with a 4-run lead. But Lee with huge power could make it a 1-run game if he hits a Moylan mistake. Ground ball foul at third. That almost picked off Bourne. That's why you stay in foul territory as a base runner.
Well, even if you do get hit in foul territory, you're not out. If you're in fair territory, you're out. The inning's over in this case. Michael in no real hurry to get a big lead with Carlos Lee at the plate. Another good pitch that must have been low. Howard's been consistent tonight in that he has not given that pitch just below the knees.
Ground ball to short. That should end the inning, and it does. Moylan puts out a 7th inning fire, and we stretch in Atlanta with the Braves up 6-2.
The 7th inning stretch start. Gary, after exhaustive research here tonight by all of us, including Mr. Galima, most people believe that the 7th inning stretch began with William Howard Taft, who was at the time in April of 1910 President of the United States. He was at Griffith Stadium in Washington, where he had thrown out the first pitch. He became the first president to do that. And then during the game, he was a very large man, you might remember, 6'2", about 900 pounds. And he was in these little small wooden seats, and his legs got stiff, so in the middle of the 7th inning, he stood up. And all the fans thought he was getting up to leave the ballpark, so out of respect, all the fans stood up. And then he sat back down, and then they sat down. And that's what many people believe began the 7th inning stretch.
See, I thought it was my grandfather that started the 7th.
Yeah. A lot of people do think that.
Brandon Jones will bat for Peter Moylan here in the Atlanta 7th, trying to pad a 6-2 lead. The weather radar is ominous, by the way. This is an official game, but there's a lot of bad weather making its way south from Smyrna inside the I-285 Beltway here in Atlanta. So let's get this thing complete without any interruption. Derek Lowe's already had enough of those for one season, although this one, again, the Braves in front in official game.
Fulchino, 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, just 1 walk in those 6 innings. No record of 4.5 ERA. Brandon Jones, a couple of hits since he got called up. Like the way he's swung the bat so far in the games he's played in. He's hit the ball to left field.
Took a shot that way right there. Full count. Well, it goes, I should say, it stands worthy of repeating. The Braves have had their envisioned lineup together just 3 times this year. And they are going to get Garrett Anderson back very shortly. They are going to get Brian McCann back on the upcoming road trip.
A week from today, I think, is when he's eligible.
And so while this Braves club tonight has not struggled to score runs, it has been a struggle for them at times. Getting those guys back, Bobby Cox said to me before the game, is obviously going to make a huge difference. 2 veteran hitters, 2 very good hitters who can hit left-handed, pitching very well. Both can hit with 2 strikes very well. And there are 2 more presences in that lineup.
Garrett Anderson told me 2 days ago that he expected to try to run the bases this weekend, probably Sunday, just to test out that quad muscle. He's eligible to come off the list on Tuesday. And if all goes well with his running the bases and changing directions and all those things, he'll be activated.
Wind has begun to pick up at the ballpark, blowing from left to right, and that's the direction from which the wet weather is rapidly approaching. 5 minutes ago, those flags were stock still.
Omar with another good night. 2 hits. Robbed of an extra base hit by Bourne.
Pudge arguing, thought that pitch might have been good enough.
I thought he called it a strike. He's arguing.
Yeah.
Does he want him to change it to a ball? What's he doing? Maybe he didn't hear the call. Curveball. Yeah. It was a quick.
Oh, you know what the scoreboard. The scoreboard had a big white background on it, and he couldn't see the ball. It looked like he caught that ball awkwardly.
I see.
Now it's back to Omar Infante's baseball card and all the stats and stuff.
There's a good batter's eye there, but if you're the catcher and you're squatted down and you got a tall pitcher like Fulchino out there, If he throws a high looping curveball and it comes out of his hand high, I can understand how that scoreboard would come into play where you might lose a pitch. Not a problem for the hitter, but a big high curveball for a catcher could be. Hello, flags.
Did you roll your windows up?
Yes, sir.
Broken bat toward third. Oh, look at that play. The bat actually hit the ball.
Sure
what
did.
a play by Blum at third base. That is some kind of effort.
That's some concentration there. Mercy. I don't blame you, Jeff. The barrel of the bat actually hit the ball again right there. Blum had positioned himself to not be in the path of the bat, and he may have actually hit the ball a little bit toward him. Nice play.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't think I have either. But you come to the ballpark, Chip,
Yeah.
and every night you're liable to see something new.
I've heard that said before.
By the way, you're talking about the parking lot and having your windows rolled up. Well, you won't be here tomorrow. Monday, come early and I'll give you a parking lesson.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot to tell you.
Good grief. Those lines are for a reason.
Oh. I just thought I'd do it like most of the out-of-town drivers, take my half down the middle.
You have to get better mirrors if you're going to back in, buddy. I had to park in Bobby Dew's the back of his pickup.
Not that you're bitter about it or anything. Escobar with a base hit. Brandon Jones getting waved. And the throw is cut off. Nobody home at first base. RBI single for Escobar. He's got a 2 RBI game. And the Braves salting this one away here in the 7th.
This is some good third base coaching. Now this base hit, watch Bourne. He stops and has to wait for the second hop. He's flat-footed. Brandon Jones is not a speedster, but he's able to score easily because Brian Snitker recognized that Bourne was catching this flat-footed, wasn't going to be able to get anything on the throw, and waved him smartly. Well done, Brian Snitker.
7-2 game now. And Chipper takes a whack at it and launches one into the seats.
One of the hallmarks for Chipper through his career has been consistency, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Check some of these numbers out in 5-year intervals since he came to the big leagues. Keep in mind that 09, we're just early into 09. But they've actually gotten better. I mean, the older he's gotten, his average has gone higher. In those seasons, in that first 5-year interval when he hit 301, 153 homers. The next 5 years, 157. And this one, 100 home runs in the one he's presently in. And again, we're just in the beginning of 09.
You've been here far longer than I. Would it be safe to say Chipper Jones is one of, if not the smartest hitter you've ever seen?
Oh, yeah. And he's got a photographic memory, which all good hitters have. They just remember how guys pitch them. They know how they got them out. And they don't forget.
That's how you improve your batting average in 5-year increments. Your book gets thicker and thicker. And so does the batting average. The 2-2 launched foul out of play. He'll do it again.
And I'm fairly certain he's never faced Fulchino before. No. No one has on the team. maybe spring training.
And light rain has begun to fall here at the ballpark. And the heavy stuff is on the way. Chipper takes a changeup for a called third strike. And that's the second out of the 7th inning. Chipper is 0 for 3 tonight.
Seven to 2, 5-run lead, comfortably ahead. 2 out again for Frank Coeur. He's had 2 outstanding at bats tonight. The first one and the third one.
Swing and a high towering fly ball, well hit to left, but he picked the wrong inning. The wind knocks it into the glove of Carlos Lee. The Braves get a big 7th run. In the 7th, we go to the 8th, up 5.
Core. What's going on, Chip?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the rain is picking up, and looking at the radar, might want to consider building an ark here in the next 15 minutes, because a whole lot of red, yellow, and orange on the weather radar. And Ed Mangan and his ground crew are going to go ahead and get the tarp covering the field so that when this cell passes through, there will be a minimal interruption, and the field of play on the infield at least will be good to go. Again, the forecast tonight, scattered thunder showers and a big cell moving from northwest to southeast. It's going to cover downtown Atlanta here in the next 5 minutes or so. And then looking beyond that, one line of thunder showers. It looks green, but doesn't look super heavy.
Yeah, pretty bad north of downtown. But if any of that comes south, we're going to get socked. So this is kind of a preemptive measure here.
Yes.
Expecting some heavy stuff.
Yes, and it'll be here shortly, and we are going to step aside and take a break with the Braves leading this game 7-2 after 7 innings of play. Derek Lowe is the pitcher of record. It is an official game, and if Mother Nature doesn't cooperate the rest of the way, the Braves will have earned the victory tonight. So that much certainly is in Atlanta's favor. We're going to step aside for a short time. We're going to send you to America's Funniest Home Videos. Then Joe will be back with updates as warranted. And feel free to join us on the Braves Rain Delay Show. We're headed over to the radio side, and we'll have that for you shortly. But America's Funniest Home Videos coming up next. 7-2 your score, top of the 8th inning. We're in a rain delay here in Atlanta.
Any unoccupied seat you would like. Once again, you must choose any seat you would like as long as a ticketed patron is not occupying it. Thank you again for your patience.
Well, a rain delay of 1 hour and 59 minutes. And we are back to baseball at Turner Field. Miguel Tejada is up in the 8th inning for the Astros. And Jeff Bennett is now pitching for the Braves. You might recall 2 hours ago, Rafael Soriano was striding in from the Braves bullpen when the skies opened up. And Soriano not officially in this game, but he did loosen. And with the delay, don't know if he'll be able to go tonight in these final 2 innings.
Jeff Bennett's had some amazing numbers so far. 10 games, 9 1/3 innings. He's given up 17 hits and 2 walks and only 1 earned run.
And he's part of that bullpen about which we spoke earlier that has been so good these last 3 series for the Braves. Just 2 earned runs allowed in the last 20 2/3 innings. So Bennett for the 8th. Tejada, Pence, and Blum are scheduled. Braves got a 2-run homer from Jeff Francoeur in the first. Had a big 4-run 5th inning against Mike Hampton. And have 7 runs on 7 hits. And a few hearty souls still left as we approach the midnight hour at Turner Field.
Yeah, they canceled the post-game fireworks because of a city ordinance for setting them off after 11:30. But even despite the rain, despite the fireworks cancellation, you are right, Chip. They are hearty souls.
Good start for Bennett. 1 away in the 8th. Day game tomorrow, by the way. 3:40 first pitch. It'll be a quick night for the Braves and Stros tonight. Here's Hunter Pence. He's walked twice, scored once in 3 trips to the plate. Just about everything else in baseball is final tonight. A few West Coast games still in progress, but they are deep into their games tonight. We'll get you caught up on all the scores in a minute as Bennett throwing awfully hard tonight.
Braves enjoying a 5-run lead here, Chip, and Hal Galima looked it up. The percentage of teams that actually come from behind from the 7th inning on when trailing by 5 runs or more is 1%. 1% of teams actually come from behind and win at that stage, and yet the Yankees did it tonight.
Yep.
Coming from behind to beat the Angels in just such a circumstance, winning 10-9.
Yeah, the Angels are a mess. Certainly the tragedy of Nick Adenhart has not helped their cause. They've got 3 starters disabled. Brian Fuentes has been a big flop for them in the bullpen. He took the loss tonight for them. And that's back up the middle. It hits second base. It hits Escobar in the foot and trickles out into shallow left field. And Pence aboard with his first base hit of the night. That was a weird looking play.
We've had some funny things happen tonight.
Yeah.
With Infante's broken bat, pinwheeling down to third base and hitting the ball again. And now this one ricocheting off the base and then off of Escobar's foot, who's trying to do some Pele magic there.
It doesn't work until after midnight.
Okay.
Which is now less than a minute away. Here's Blum. He has struck out twice and hit a comebacker that Derek Lowe speared. Boy, some good pitching out west tonight. And a ground ball. There's one. There's two. 3-6-1 inning over. Talk about the West Coast games when we come back. 7-2 Atlanta the lead.
Atlanta. However, in the fourth inning, Mike Hampton helped his cause. He ties the game up with a fielder's choice, avoiding a double play. But then the Braves got to their old teammate. Bases loaded. Infante with a clutch two-run single to left. Escobar hits a ringing double off the left field wall. That plates another run. Francoeur goes the other way, behind in the count, drives in another run. And then in the seventh inning, it was Escobar again with a base hit to center. And he drives in Brandon Jones, who had led off the inning with a pinch hit walk. And that's how we got where we are. 7-2. Braves on top here in the eighth.
And Wesley Wright, a young left-hander pitching for the Astros, and he misses high and tight to Casey Kochman. Wright was a Rule 5 player, I believe, for Houston last year.
Got a few dings in his numbers there at the beginning of the year, too. Braves saw him a little bit last year at the end of the season.
Came from the Dodgers in the Rule 5 draft before last season. Wright was busy, pitched in 71 games for Houston. He's from Grady, Alabama. Dodgers took him in the 7th round of the 2003 draft. And gave up 2 runs and 4 1/3 against Atlanta last year. Back to the scoreboard. We told you about that good pitching out west. Dodgers, nothing. Padres, nothing. Bottom 7. That's Jake Peavy pitching for San Diego tonight. He's allowed Los Angeles just 2 hits so far in that game.
It's like Randy Johnson's got a good game going too. Giants leading 2-0 in the 7th.
Yeah, Randy, I believe 4 away from 300. Does that sound right?
I think so.
I think that's right. And it's Clayton Kershaw pitching for the Dodgers in their game against San Diego. Popped up left side and out of play. Were you in Seattle when the Mariners traded for Randy and brought him from the Expos?
I was in the broadcast booth at the time.
Your first impression was?
Wilder than a March hare, but sure did throw hard. They traded Mark Langston to Montreal to get Randy and Brian Holman and a third pitcher whose name escapes me. But I just remember there was so much talk about how the Mariners were going to trade Mark Langston, and there were all these names bandied about. And then when the trade came down, and the team was in Boston when it happened, it was like, they got who?
Really?
Yeah. And Brian Holman was really the most polished and the best pitcher of the bunch, and then he hurt his shoulder.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Kochman hooks one down the right field line. Can he keep it fair? No. And we'll do it again with nobody on or out in the Braves' 8th, leading 7-2. What do you think about, by the way, Randy's 7 innings, 4 hits, 9 strikeouts, no runs tonight.
Gene Harris was that third guy, and boy, what a good arm he had.
Just think of the players that the Expos and now the Nationals traded away. If they've been able to keep their clubs together. A little fly ball, shallow right. Pence coming on. Terrific catch. What a play. One out.
Goodness. Good at bat by Kochman, but robbed there by Pence. He went a long way to get that one. And able to hold on, turns it into a slip and slide. He took a look over at Bourne, realized Michael wasn't anywhere in the vicinity. Good play.
Matt Diaz hits Matty tonight. 1 for 3 with a run scored.
Were it not for the fact that we've already had a Zaxby's sensational play, that would have been a nominee.
Well, it's a new day. We can have one if you want. It's 12:05. So the Giants lead the Rockies 2-0 in the 7th. Padres nothing. Dodgers nothing. Top 8 now at Dodger Stadium. Marlins fell to the Cubs 8-6. Cardinals beat the Nationals 6-2. They hit 4 home runs tonight. And that's just foul at third. Mets beat the Phillies in their first matchup of the year. Danny Murphy hit a big home run for New York. Mike Pelfrey 3-0 for the Mets. They've been very concerned about their rotation beyond Santana. Pelfrey looked good tonight, and K-Rod the save. Reds beat the Buccos 4-0. Bronson Arroyo a 5-hitter.
He's off to a good start.
He's 4-1.
Braves beat him, wore him out. They handled him, by and large, they handled him pretty well. But after a good second half last year for Arroyo, and now a good start. Good for him. They've got a good rotation in Cincinnati.
Diamondbacks beat the Brewers 5-2. They had a 4-run 8th comeback. Arizona's got a funny schedule. They started the year with 18 of their first 21 at home. Now they play 21 of 24 on the road. And they're 10-13. Get you caught up on the AL slate tonight. All but one matchup is final. As Diaz lifts one to Pence and right. 2 outs for catcher Clint Sammons. Mariners, speaking of them, 7-6 lead Oakland. Russell Brannon's getting a chance to play every day. He's cracked a home run. That's 5. And Gutierrez has hit his second for Seattle. Mariners are 13-9. They lead the West. Indians beat the Tigers 6-5. Carl Pavano the win. Kerry Wood the save. You mentioned the Yankees. 4 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. Beat the Angels 10-9. Tough play. Tejada has no play. Infield hit. So Salmon's 1 for 4 in his first offensive opportunities of 09 at the big league level.
Hey, at least he had it even out for him a little bit. Remember, a long time ago, his first at bat in the second inning, he got robbed of extra bases by Bourne out in center field.
Blue Jays beat the Orioles 8-4. That's 10 in a row for Roy Halladay over Baltimore. All he's done is start 5-1. Tampa Bay 6-2 beat the Red Sox. Evan Longoria hit a grand slam. Carlos Pena 10 homers on the year too. White Sox beat Texas 4-3. Chris Getz back from injury, hit a triple to spark the White Sox to a 3-run sixth. And Sidney Ponson, 0-4 for Kansas City, falls 7-5. Joe Mauer, his first at bat, hit a home run off the disabled list. That is your scoreboard.
Morneau hit a home run tonight too.
Yes, he did.
At least one.
Yeah, one. It's his sixth. The Twins over 500.
And have Mauer back.
And I believe with that win, I have this standings in front of me. I think that pulls him even with Kansas City. Half behind the White Sox. All right. Thank you, Hal.
That Seattle team, a lot of raised eyebrows when Jack Zarinsik, did I say that right?
Yeah.
The new GM hired Don Wakamatsu as the manager. Wakamatsu with no major league experience, and they're off to a very good start.
Don Wakamatsu is our producer Glenn Diamond's favorite American League manager.
Well, with good reason, the way he's working over there.
Well, you know Glenn, he's a front runner.
To the point.
That's why we love him. Hitting over, strike three over the outside corner, takes care of Jordan Schaefer, and we go to the all-important ninth, 7-2 Atlanta. Atlanta needs 3 outs to claim the first game of this 3-game weekend series. A 3:40 game tomorrow, and then a 1 o'clock game on Sunday. Then the Mets are in town Monday night, Tuesday night. Then it's off for a very important Eastern road trip for this Braves ball club. They'll go down to Miami and play the Marlins, who've been very tough in their home ballpark. Play the Marlins on May 6th and 7th, then off to Philadelphia for the weekend. Then to New York for a 3-game series with the Mets before the Braves back home for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, beginning Monday, 10 straight games against top teams in the East. Tough stretch.
So Pudge Rodriguez starts off the 9th. And Bennett powers a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right on by. Pudge tonight 1 for 3.
You know, he got his nickname in part because of him being a catcher and because of the Carlton Fisk Pudge recognition, but also because he was about twice his size right now.
Yeah, I wonder how that
big.
happened.
Just a big guy, rotund. And a couple of years ago, when he was with the Tigers, there were people who didn't even know him when he came to camp. He had lost so much weight, trimmed down.
Maybe he got the P90X thing that Matt Diaz got and was working out with the CDs at home. Don't know. Right through there for a called third strike. Second strikeout for Jeff Bennett. One away in the ninth. Al Galima makes a good point about Randy Johnson again. Giants are here in the middle of the month. It is May after all. In fact, San Francisco's here the 25th, 6th. No, that's not right. Hang on. 25, 6, and 7 is when the Braves play at San Francisco. So he could be going for 300 then.
That would be fun. Seen him make history right here in this ballpark.
Yeah, I was going to say. Neither you nor I have to swing the bat against him.
No. That's a good thing. I'd be very John Kruk-like.
Oh, man. When you were out in Seattle with Dave Niehaus, who's now their Hall of Fame voice, and you saw Randy pitch and you know how wild he was, did you even think 300 wins would be possible? 4,000 strikeouts would be possible for him?
Strikeouts, yes, because he threw so hard and was so tough to hit for lefties. And you knew that if this guy figures out how to throw strikes, he could really be a great part of your rotation. That's what they were looking for. They were just looking for a good arm in the rotation. And it all hinged on whether or not they could cut down on the walks, because he was walking 6, 7 guys a start.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the original wild thing, wasn't he?
Yeah. I had seen him pitch in college at USC, and you talk about rail thin. I mean, he's a skinny guy anyway, but even in college it was even more rail-like, but he could still bring it. Good pitch.
Darren Erstad down on strikes. Astros down to their final out tonight. And you're right about Randy Johnson. In 1991, he went 13-10, threw 201 innings and walked 152 guys and struck out 228.
Yeah.
Now, 2 years later, 1993, Randy went 19-8, struck out 308, walked 99.
And the difference was he realized he didn't have to do maximum effort on every pitch. He realized there were times where he could back off and not have to, and could throw 90% and gain a lot of control and still be very dominating.
And hasn't walked 100 men since. But the stretch he had with the Diamondbacks, 1999, 17-9, 364 strikeouts, 70 walks. The next year, 19-7, 347 to 76. 21-6 in 2001. 372 strikeouts, 71 walks. 2002, 24 wins, 5 losses, 334 strikeouts, 71 walks. So 1,500 strikeouts in 4 years, roughly. Wow.
Quite a stretch.
And for his career, 4,810. Matsui aboard with a 2-out walk in a 7-2 game after a 2-hour rain delay. And now Michael Bourne. Bourne has had a very good night. 2 for 4. And as impressively as he has swung the bat, I think defensively he's been a very big story for the Stros.
I'm happy for him because of all the talk about what Lidge did for Philadelphia and that Houston got the short end of the deal. Well, they did. But this guy kind of got kicked under the bus a little bit last year because of the tough times, and he's trying to respond this year and show that he was a pretty good acquisition and can help them in a spot where they needed a player and a guy who can get in there every day, and that's in center field.
Two balls and a strike. Will he be their leadoff man?
I would guess. You know, Matsui's got more experience there, And I like Matsui leading off too, but I think Bourne's your guy, just to give him more freedom to run. He can steal more bases than Matsui.
Stros down to their last strike. Wild pitch gets away from Salmons. Matsui to second. Braves have activity in their bullpen. Mike Gonzalez is up and throwing.
Hopefully just playing some catch. He's been unbelievably good. Struck out 7 of the last 8 guys he's faced in a game. But save him for tomorrow.
Little chopper off the plate. Kochman with the glove. That's the only play he had. And Bourne has an infield hit. A 3-for-5 night.
This was trouble from the get-go, right off the plate. Little shovel attempt here by Casey, but didn't matter. It was too late. And Bobby Cox is going to bring in Mike Gonzalez. Bennett got the first 2 out, struck him out, but it was that 2-out walk that started the problem.
So Bobby Cox makes the pitching change. 7-2, 2 outs in the 9th inning. Back to Turner Field after this. At the start of this 9th inning tonight, but a walk and an infield hit chase him, and now Gonzalez to work and delivers a strike.
Not a safe situation for Mike.
Bourne, who has his first 3-hit game of the year, takes off. Braves don't guard him. That takes away the force play. That's ruled defensive indifference. No stolen base. Hit scores 2 for Berkman, but hits have been tough to come by, and it will continue to be thus as Diaz in shallow left camps out, and the Braves, a very long night, have a productive night. They win 7-2, your final score. Derek Lowe picks up the win. Mike Hampton the loss. And Atlanta got terrific offensive work from Jeff Francoeur, Yunel Escobar, and Omar Infante. 2 more hits and 2 more runs batted in. 7-2, your final. Braves are back at 500, and we'll recap it right after this.